We humbly request that three treasures led us to wisdom. We dedicate the merit of reciting the Dharani of the great compassionate one to Shakyamuni Butsu and celebrate his supreme enlightenment. May we fulfill the obligations the four benefactors, benefit all living beings throughout the three realms, and help all beings attain perfect wisdom. Oh, Buddha throughout space and time. Oh, Bodhisattvas Mahasattvas, the great Prajna Paramyata. Namo Karatanno Torayaya, Namo Oreya Boyo Kichi Shaforaya Fuji Sato Boya, Moko Sato Boya, Moko Kyaruni Kyaya Sahara, Ai Shuddhanno, Shama Moshikiri, Toyimo Oya, Oyo Kyasha Shaforari, Tobo Namo Nora Kyachakara, Oto Hodo Shame Sabo, Oto Joshu Meno Shui, Sabo Sato Nomo Boya, Ohate Choto Jatoi, Obo Yokya Yoga Chakara, Janki Shinza Fujisho Kan Jorai Funzo Daihiaman Bogai Jinsho Soshi Jovin Boni Ko Honshi Honso Shikya Jirai Daio Sho Kaisan de Jimyoshin Taishitsumon Zenzo Daio Sho Kaka Jojo Zohian Jiho Sanshi Ishi Shifoshi Sanbo Samoko Sa Moko Hoja Horomi Namo Karatando Oraya Namo Oreya Boyo Kichi Foraya Fuji Sato Boya Moko Sato Boya Moko Syaruri Kaya Esahara Hare Shutano Tomshama Moshikiri Kobi Mo Oreya Boyo Kichi Forari Oba Namo Nora Kichi Kiri Oko Honor Shambi Sabo Oko Joshu Ben Oshui Sabo Sato Nomo Boya Moha Techo Doji Koen Obo Yoki Yoga Chikara Chikara Moko Fuji Sato Sabo Sabo Mora Mora Moke Moke Nito Kulyo Kulyo Kemo Kulyo Kulyo Hojaya Shimoko Hojaya Shikora Tora Chayanya Shikoraya Sharo Sharo Momo Hamora Hojara Yoka Yoka Shana Shana Ora Sanfora Shari Haza Haza Fora Shaya Kulyo Kulyo Mora Kulyo Kulyo Nyonya Shara 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 Sarya Sarya Fojaya Fojaya Fodoya Fodoya Vecharaya Mora Kenta Chara Shanya No Oya Mama Samoko Shidoya Samoko Moko Shayoya Samoko Shadoyo Kashi Foraya Samoko Mora Kinja Samoko Mora Mora Samoko Shira Sukhomo Yaya Samoko Sohomoko Shadoya Samoko Shakara Oshadoya Samoko Odomo Yashadoya Samoko Mora Kinja Hagaraya Samoko Mohori Shingaraya Samoko Namo Karatano Toraya Namo Oraya Moria Yachashi Oraya Samoko Shite Domo Dora Odoya Samoko We humbly request the illumination and protection of all beings wise and holy. We have gathered together reverently before the spiritual beings of earth and sky and recited the Dharani of the great compassionate one. We humbly offer the merit as gain in praise of all beings great and small who bring peace and protection to this place of practice. May we have harmony in the Sangha, peace both inside and outside, and freedom from all hindrances in the way. And may all beings throughout the Dharma realm equally attain complete and perfect wisdom. Oh, Buddha, God, space and time. Oh, Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, the great Prajna Paramita. The Dharma incomparably profound and exclusive, as were met with heaven in hundreds of thousands of millions of hours. We are now permitted to hold it, say it, hear it, and accept it. May we awaken to the deep true mind of Tathagata. The continuation of the Teisho of Vimalakirti Sutra by Shodo Harada Roshi, chapter 11, Practices. We have the words of the Buddha in Dharmapada, how rare it is to be born as human being, yet we have been born a human being. How rare to be born as a human being in a world with life and death. How rare it is to be alive. How rare it is to know that there is Dharma teaching. And how rare it is to be able to give a true teacher to have a true teacher of the Dharma teaching. We continue through things that are painful and difficult. We become able to realize that this actuality of having a life of a human being is something that we have come to after a long journey of evolution of many lifetimes. It is foolish to waste this precious life. It has taken such a long time and so much hard work to get here. But this life, work, drain, and realize our true mind and offer our service to others. Our conceptual dualistic mind is something we have developed after our birth. It's not everything we are. In fact, it is a tiny point of our whole consciousness. Let go of the impurities of greed, anger, and ignorance that limit our awareness. Let go of unnecessary thinking by realizing our pure and bright state of mind and develop the direct perception of prajna wisdom. Like a candle that burns up its own body to give light to others. One candle giving light and setting another light, and then another, until infinite candles can be set alight. Sharing our light, we purify and bring amazement and joy to others, who further bring joy and amazement to others. In this way, the inexhaustible lamp works infinitely, liberating all beings and living eternally. We limited beings can bring infinite light and infinite wisdom, and the Mahayana teaches us to work in this way. Vimalakirti continues teaching the Dharma of the compounded and uncompounded that way of seeing things as phenomena and being attached, or that way of seeing them as transcendent from not being attached to them. If our eyes are free of attachment, we can see the Christian world just as it is, in all of its purity of our awareness. When it is pure, we see everything pure. We are unattached. Otherwise, we get pulled all around, happy when priced and distressed when difficult times happen, constantly tossed around, going back and forth. But if we see clearly, our eyes are unmoved around. This is our zazen. In our zazen, if we are freed from our ego's absorption, we don't get caught. As the sixth patriarch had said so clearly, to things that we perceive externally, to not add any thoughts or ideas, and not to hold on to any of the deep concerns within. Addict no extra thoughts, clear about what we perceive. To be able to not give any thoughts of good or bad to what we perceive externally. We so often think things are good, things are bad. What is good or bad about a tree that is growing in the garden? But if something is in our way, we always think it's bad. The mountain is simply a mountain. River is simply a river. The moon is simply the moon. And the sun is simply the sun. There is nothing to be confused by here. If we bring up dualistic thoughts, but if we don't rise those thoughts, we will not get caught on them. As the sixth patriarch has said, to not add any thoughts or ideas onto what we perceive, and to let go of all the concerns within. Letting go of all those concerns within, if we don't add an extra thoughts to what we perceive and simply only reflect things that happen exactly as they are, there is no need for thoughts of how it is good. And there is no need for thoughts of how it is bad. Many difficult things happen in the world all the time. But to just receive each word of each moment and respond appropriately in each moment. We aren't mirrors, neither are we without feelings. But to be receiving each moment without adding on complex ideas of how it was when I was smaller, how this happened to me, and that's why this is going on inside of me. Past things are past, and things that have not come yet are not come. Rather to receive precisely, exactly what is right at hand and respond appropriately therein. Not to add on one's own position and one's own stance about these things. If we add on all of those thoughts and opinions, everything will be always confusing. If we hold nothing extra in our mind, we can see it as it is. Phenomena. Do not add on any ideas or thoughts that we experience and perceive externally, and to not to hold on to any of concerns within. We can respond appropriately in the world of phenomena, and in responding that way, we can receive both the compounded and the uncompounded without attachment to any of it. See this clearly. Doing our zazen, we might ignore surroundings or give them exaggerated attention. But rather than that, just be with things exactly as they are. At the time of the Great East earthquake in Japan, people lost homes. They lost whole businesses. They lost dreams. They lost all their hopes. Everything sudden was pulled right out from them. As a result, people lost all motivation and became like ghosts, unable to respond to anything. This happened to so many when all of their good fortune was suddenly taken away. They lost their desire to live, without energy or motivation to think about starting all over again. But our practice is to take it all and not to despair. Somehow to make a new start, regardless of how we see others react, whether we imagine, we understand of them. Each day, each moment to start once again. This is the state of mind of the Mahayana, standing within our deepest faith, and no matter what happens, use that instead as a new departure. In this world, people are so varied in the ways they live their lives. Some are satisfied and living well with abundant material things, but some are impoverished and suffering deeply. Living is not about only protecting one's comfort and interest. Instead, clearly see situations. Live in a way where we can appreciate and participate with others. Wherever you are, live in accordance with that is best for everyone, not just holding on to your own preferences or style of living. Zen does not concert itself with supernatural powers. Instead, direct attention to what is natural, such as seeing, hearing, tasting, and smelling. Be without attachments to what is perceived. Make efforts towards this. See objectively in each and every situation and have an open, clear mind. Thereby perceive all things clearly and accurately, not ignoring what people tell us, but understanding what others are going through in their lives and help them unravel their entangled questions and confusions. Having irresistible speech by acquiring unimpeded eloquence, to be able to enjoy teaching people and speaking to them from understanding of the truth. Tasting human and divine success by purifying the path of 10 virtues. Living in a way of purifying our unskillful behavior of body, mouth, and mind. The challenges that we have in our difficult ways to come up with our body. The 10 different ways of mouth, body, and mind to live with an abundant state of mind, so others have no fear from our words and behavior. If people fear and become insecure, then they are not able to see things clearly as phenomena. The sutra says, one will cultivate the four immeasurables and open up the path to the Brahma heavens. The four immeasurable treasures are often taught in the Vimalakirti Sutra. to help take away painful feelings and offering kindness and wisdom in society, easing another's pain and giving them wisdom and joy. Then we have letting go, releasing unnecessary physical habits, throwing away our mental attachments and misguided beliefs. It is not just objects that are to be realized, but we undertake an endless throwing away of everything we hold on to and what we don't need. This is also included in the immeasurables, as Vimalakirti is always teaching, establishing the path of the pure states of Brahma by cultivating the four immeasurables, inviting the Buddhas to teach the Dharma. When we realize this state of mind, it's easier for us to see things as Christian phenomena, to know what is best for each person. We must see the different ways beings can react to the same thing. Remembering the saying that when someone claps their hands by the lake, the fish come thinking they are going to be fed. Hearing the clapping, the birds flies away, being surprised. And in the nearby tea shop, they prepare to serve tea, thinking somebody has arrived. Just clapping hands, yet how different are the reactions? People can gather experience giving life to teachings and not just having ideas and mental inclinations about what they say. Use every occasion possible to cultivate every person's good qualities. Sutra says, what is a bodhisattva who does not abide in unconditioned? It is to cultivate the emancipation of the empty without taking the empty as one's realization. It is to cultivate the emancipations of singlessness and wishlessness without taking the singles and wishless as one's realization. Not resting in the uncompounded. Practice the truth of holding on to nothing whatsoever. As the sixth patriarch has said in his definition of Zazen, of the Za part is to not give any thoughts or ideas or judgments to external perceptions. Of the Zen part, he says, do not hold on to any concepts within. The sixth patriarch is not saying there are two separate words, an inside and an outside one, but just as a mirror can reflect everything precisely because it has no face of its own. When we are not caught on a small self, only then does everything become our own face. In all the boundless realms of space and in the place between self and other, not a single thing can be inserted. From the furthest past to the limitless future, we have never separated from this very moment. With this is a koan. We realize how we are perfectly matched in oneness to every single thing and moment that we experience. The not holding on to an idea of who we are. Doing that, everything is all one truth. As our zazen ripens, this is how it becomes. As the sixth patriarch said in his definition of the Zen, of Zazen, we have to let go of all of our concerns within. Then we can perceive clearly and precisely. We are one with each and everything and are not moved around by any of it. Our concepts and our positions obstruct this freedom, but our zazen removes. We cannot do zazen as only an outward form, just the phenomena. Instead, it has to be with inner depth and in all the four activities of the day, whether standing, sitting, sleeping, or walking. Not just sitting on the cushion and being still in a posture of zazen. Our most basic zazen is not to carry around extra things in our mind. But we have lived for so long in this world that we are accustomed to being moved around by concepts. We need to just let go of our conditioned way of doing and being. In the beginning, it will take effort, but then it becomes natural. Daito Kyokushi himself said it took him 30 years to get rid of that strength of dualism. Daito Kokushi realized that everything was phenomena, and it took 30 more years to see clearly how that is true in every situation. We also have to have direct experience of this. Experience this deeply and not just leave it at a superficial tasting of a flavor. Instead, without leaking outward from our senses, to see deeply what is actual in each and every moment, whether it is standing, sitting, sleeping, or walking, to become move completely in every single one of 360 small bones and our 84,000 hair pores. If we give away our attention and lose our awareness, then we are indulging in fuzziness in our thoughts. And that is not zazen. We have to focus our awareness into oneness, seeing as if we are seeing, looking down from a huge mountain top, very far up high, far away, and seeing everything below it. Experience that deepest state of mind, or we stay deluded. To not be moved around by anything at all. See and live fully and clearly. Don't just sit down on a partial realization of something. We have to directly experience it and see that there is not one bit of obstruction to continuing in that state of mind. When we die completely without fail, we are reborn completely. We have to throw away any idea of even having thrown something away. This needs deep determination and passion. We are doing this to realize within. But if we are caught on an idea of there being a difference between within and without, then we cannot see clearly. No matter of what is being giving attention, it's important to not divide into that which is focusing and that which is being focused on. Otherwise, we are always seeing a lingering shadow of our awareness. Each and every one of us realize that all-embracing state of mind and see that everything of form is phenomenal. Clearly see the importance of zazen and don't waste this precious opportunity. A temple was almost always in the mountains in China, so its gate was called a mountain gate. But in fact, what is pointed to by this expression, mountain gate, are these three phases of emptiness, that of void, no form, and no sign. The Diamond Sutra expressed this no form in this way.
Thus shall you think of all this fleeting world. A star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of lightning in a summer cloud, a flickering lamp, a phantom, and a dream. We know these words well, that in this fleeting world everything we encounter is transient. Yet this world appears to exist, does it not? We have a borrowed body that appears to exist. Yet this is not a single body. It is billions of cells. We are interconnected, replenishing themselves with each other. These highlights that being alive after all is void. Our forgetting ourselves completely is a matter of course. We are always moving. We don't work in one position or in one location. We are not fixed objects. We are all naturally moving and changing. If we look closely, any it expresses the same void and no shape is self-existing and no signs point to unchanging things. We can see the sharp sword of the Buddha's wisdom if we see how we are all without form and without sign and void. Master Bankei used the expression the unborn to point to this. All of the teachings that are given in the Heart Sutra, being without birth, without death, how this world is like a mirror which simply reflects. These are the unborn, and this is how our mind is. Our true unborn state of mind simply reflects as the, and does not grasp and does not act. Bankei Zenji teaches the unborn is like a mirror. It has no function. It is not as something which is active. No matter what a clean or dirty thing is reflected, the mirror does not get soiled. It is just like a baby who is not yet thinking creatively, who simply receives every sensation from the world, not yet putting its own impulses and ideas onto everything. Whereas an older person can synthesize. As we grow, we empathize with others and appropriately connect to each person we meet. First, we perceive like a baby, and then as we deepen, we can see what it is that needs doing in each situation. We see clearly what is going on in society, what suffering is for people, and what causes suffering. It is to contemplate impermanence without having aversion for the roots of goodness. When we know this impermanence of everything, we are not moved around by those dynamics, but simultaneously see everything is changing and in process. We are not attached to impermanence or the changes we undergo. We appreciate each encounter, however brief, and hold precious that moment in order to make best use of this opportunity which may not come again. See this closely. We go to every length to appreciate and remember that moment. We waive those karmic affili- aff- affiliations when we met someone in this way. Sutra says it is to contemplate worldly suffering without considering samsara evil. It is to contemplate no self while teaching people without tiring. Knowing that this world holds the miseries of aging, sickness, parting, and loss. And seeing this, we know that this is our reality, knowing how important this life is. And we must not waste it. What a rare opportunity to be a human. What a rare opportunity to be in this world of life and death and yet be alive. So we make efforts to share our wisdom and to not underestimate the worth of even one small fleeting existence. To know and seek ease while knowing that everything is transient, to experience pain and to see that it's temporary. Because we see the transience of both the pleasure and the pain, we don't get attached to it. Rather, we make efforts to forget ourselves completely in whatever we are doing, and then we can learn wisdom. If we are able to see that our mental activity is only a gathering of data and information, we can see how awareness has no substance. If we can see that, then even if somebody insults us, we don't get upset. And when somebody praises us, we don't get overjoyed by it. Instead, we see that there is nothing that experiences getting angry and nothing experiences being pleased. In the world, we only appear to exist, and our mind is not something only ever pure. It is transient and always changing. We see how there is nothing therein to hold on to. And awakening to not being attached, we see that while the Buddha nature has been realized, we can't sit down on that either. We have to keep living a life that expresses our clear awareness and realization. We see that we have to awaken even further now to that deepest wisdom right now, giving that wisdom to those that are suffering and struggling, and in that way to do even the slightest possible thing in the world that we can do to offer it to people in society. This is how life is. Not to get caught on being in flux, but to use this chance and capabilities that we have here. We have been born so to awaken to the greatest amount of wisdom possible, and then to be able to share that with people we see who are seeing things through a twisted awareness, and then to straighten that out with them and see the world of pain and peace through eyes of one who can see and who's understood a level of truth and not stay affected by these transient aspects. But if we look through clear eyes, we can see that every single thing in existence is precious. Yet to neither get caught or attached from these eyes seeing in that way, only to see how precious and yet still how transient they are. To know the serenity of truth, we use this way of extinguishing the flames of greed, the flames of anger, the flames of ignorance. With only a mind full of attachments, we can't see clearly. We only sit for 1 week in session, but we make efforts to see clearly the wisdom in our state of mind and offer it to everyone. Then we are able to bring that wisdom into a larger arena that people can share this and know it well. Sutra says, it is to contemplate the empty falsity of the dharmas, which are without solidity, without selfhood, without subjects, and without characteristic. It is not to consider merit, meditation, and wisdom to be in vain when one's original vow has to be fulfilled. Practicing a dharma such as this, one is called a bodhisattva who does not abide in the unconditioned. Do not get caught on physical appearances and be attached to them. Instead, we endlessly open our wisdom, just as Master Rinzai has taught us that we are alive, and in every step we take, we are never separate from our clear mind. Absorbed in this one step right now, we live in endless time, as the poem says. This autumn, we don't know how the harvest will be. We could lose everything, yet we don't miss a chance to help our neighbor pulling their weeds. Sutra says, furthermore, in order to be complete in merit, one should not abide in the unconditioned. And in order to be complete in wisdom, one should not exhaust the conditioned. In order to achieve great sympathy and compassion, one should not abide in the unconditioned. In order to fulfill one's original vow, one should not exhaust the conditioned. In order to accumulate the medicines of the Dharma, one should not abide in the unconditioned. In order to bestow medicines according to the needs of the sentient beings, one should not exhaust the conditioned. In order to understand the illness of sentient beings, one should not abide in the unconditioned. In order to extinguish the illness of sentient beings, one should not exhaust the conditioned. A good source, a bodhisattva who cultivates this dharma, does not either exhaust the conditioned or abide in the unconditioned. This is called the teaching of the emancipation of the exhaustible and inexhaustible. You should learn this. When we see peace, we want to keep in that way. And with our efforts, we work to achieve this. To live without a vow is the great mistake for a practitioner of the Bodhisattva path. We cannot live without reviewing our behavior and see what is the best way for us to improve our behavior. Use this opportunity to bring this great life energy into our life. See that all views are in fact borrowed and do not be attached to them and concerned about results. Don't be caught melancholy, but see that mind that has no form and no substance. Develop this empty mind to bring forth wisdom and give joy to each and every person. Forget oneself and offer everything to others. Never stop these efforts to do zazen and to train along with everyone else in society. As Vimalakirti teaches the central theme of the sutra, the world is sick and therefore I am sick. Sentient beings are numberless. Never stop helping others with our greatest caring wisdom. This is Vimalakirti's great gift of energy. Use it and vow to bring everyone true peace and wisdom. Become and realizing this wisdom and energy ourselves so that we can bring it to all people. As we dig into our roots of wisdom, we continue to help others do the same. We all have an innate bright mind. We all have to find, realize, and use this bright mind and make use of everything possible from within to help those who are suffering through their attachments. We know that our ego is the source of the attachments. Share this wisdom and understanding so all can work at liberating this great dharma is taught for all the bodhisattvas. Sutra says, when those bodhisattvas heard the explanation of this dharma, they were all extremely happy and they scattered hosts of wondrous flowers of several colors and fragrances throughout the shrine Garholis, making offerings to the Buddha, this teaching and the bodhisattvas of this world. They bowed their heads to the Buddha's feet and exclaimed at this unprecedented teaching, saying, Shakyamuni Buddha is able to perform the skillful means of this excellent practice in this world. Saying this, they suddenly disappeared, returning to their own country. Finally, at the end of this section, we have the Bodhisattvas saying goodbye, giving thanks, since they have no verbal teaching in their universe. Instead, they are imbued with wisdom and awakening by through the wondrous fragrances where they live. Acknowledging that we cannot rest on our understanding, we have to teach and offer it to others. These bodhisattvas offered flowers of all colors and fragrances to the Buddha and his disciples and thanked him for his deep teaching. Extolling what a great Buddha is Shakyamuni Buddha, who he teaches in a way that anyone can understand. To awaken to the truth and give it to all beings everywhere. This is the state of mind of the Bodhisattva and of Vimalakirti. Sentient beings are numberless. I vow to liberate them. Desires are inexhaustible. I vow to put an end to them. The dharmas are boundless. I vow to master them. The Buddha's way is unsurpassable. I vow to become it. Short break, and there will be introduction to that.
soon we'll have the introduction to Zazen. Those online, if you have any questions, please ask them. If possible, on YouTube channel, I will be able to see that you are writing something there. Yeah, I'm not able to see your Facebook comments right now. So YouTube is more handy for me to respond. And if you have any questions, just feel free to ask them, and yeah, maybe I'll be able to say something to it. Okay. So let's start. I would like to continue forms, but before doing this, I would like to share reflections I have, because in some way, talking about forms, it seems to be a little irrelevant in the situation we are in. There are some kind of explosions, and there are people dying, and I'm talking about how to hold hands, and how to make yourself comfortable on the cushion. And it seems to get like the situation is in some way that we have to kind of be more concrete. Yeah, but besides, despite of that, I kind of think that decided to keep going on forums, and it's mainly because to address the things you mentioned, that that the biggest problem in Ukrainian society is being uncertain, unpredictability, and something we had during today's session of council, but I think it's present in each our exchange. That how to stay sane in this situation, and how to and in Zen, the function of forms is one of them is finding the refuge in these forms. So and this is my strategy for the practice. So whenever I see that things are getting wild for me, it's one thing, get back to forms. This is my shelter. So forms are my shelter. And when there is crazy missiles, thoughts, emotions, that's the place I feel, I can find the shelter. And sometimes just following forms is a good strategy. It's a good way. And I remember that Shine said during our friend said that when we were making some commitments before session, and people said, "Yeah, I will be sitting yaza at least 3 hours a day," and people very kind of leaders, I think it was Rohatsu, and she said, "My commitment is just to follow forms, but just do it well, and just to do the forms and nothing more." And it's really just following forms. Yeah, it's very difficult, and it's very rich practice itself. So we actually don't have to do anything more. We don't have to add anything to this in many ways. And here in this environment, it's a little bit difficult to give introduction to forms, because we have so many floating things. But I'm also surprised how many things we have fixed here, and how good container we can have. but it's a completely different situation in a place where practice is going on for 30 or 40 years. Just day by day, there is a community of people living 40 years the same. It's completely different quality. And there are places where people has been practicing for hundreds or almost 1,000 years, So it really is a different strength of supports. I think one of the most important kind of ceremonies, acts in the monastery for me that touching the most is offering the incense on the altar. I said the altar is kind of a central point. And it's my personal feeling that the moment that during chanting service or choka is the people of the person who officiates offers the incense. It's kind of the most special act during the most special time during the day, because this service is like the most special thing. And the idea about having the most special thing is like having the space for things. So we want to do this one thing the best we can, the most present way we can, in order to later when we do other activities, hope that these other activities will have similar quality. But we want to have this experience of being as close as possible to this doing one thing. And in Soto Zen, there's a whole form about how to offer the incense. Offering incense is not the empty ritual. Most of these small kind of acts, ceremonies, has a practical background. In the past, they didn't have clocks, so they had to measure how long to sit, and they used incense. So incense burns more or less about 50 minutes. So the person who was responsible for balls and timing the sitting sessions just watched the incense, so his job was to offer the incense in the beginning of the round and just watch it, and when it's done, just ring the bell. But also incense in ancient India was also smells and a lot of other meanings. So probably it's way more than I can understand. So there's this particular, and there's also this tradition. So when we offer it, it's like, we join the stream of hundreds of ancestors doing the same thing. So in Soto tradition, you can correct me how is it in Rinzai and how maybe there are some differences I'm not aware of. In Soto tradition, it's really hard to show it. So let's assume usually we have the situation like this. There's altar, and in front of the altar is a bowing mat. It's called haishiki, and it's for the person who officiate the ceremony to have a place to bow, like a special place in practice space. And the four ways that your person, I'll go quickly because in this setup we don't have to know exactly learn sort of forms, but just to show you that each movement is a protocol. So standing in the front of the mat, bowing towards the altar, walking on the left side, walking towards the altar, coming from the side of the altar, and with hands in shashu, and stepping to the right in front of the ashtray, and the moment of stepping up, making a bow, rubbing the incense, and sometimes we have to burn ourselves down, but sometimes there's a person who is ready to help you with the incense or going. The person is called Jisha, and this person gives you the incense, you raise it to your forehead, offer it, and make a bow. But this moment of putting the incense in the ashtray is this moment of emptiness. And I don't know, it's somehow working for me. Especially when the Zen is full of people watching you. And you are the one person at the moment chosen to do this thing on behalf of all other people. And it's really motivating to do it well. So your state of mind is amplified. So it's pretty visible how you do this act and affects all people in Zen. So if your mind is empty, you help other people. And next is the bow to the right, instead, go back, and the person's standing and there's ceremony going on. Can you tell me more about Rinzai form for offering the incense? How does it look like?
It's quite similar. There are different setups of the altar, of different altars, but usually there is the setup for the altar when you have the koro, so incense burner for incense for sticks. There's a koro incense burner for incense in powder. Ihai, which is the kind of memorial plate with the name of a person. 2 water offering cups symmetrically. Always a green branch, candle, and a container with the powder incense. It's like usual setup, and in all the zendos that I've been in OneDrop, there is always an answer, just at the back. As I remember, Roshi made a simplified version of the altars for OneDrop, especially putting this answer as a symbol of the direction of our practice and all symbol of the whole universe, harmony, movement, change, empty mind. It contains
and the act of offering the incense is
usually the Roshi is doing, or Jikijitsu is doing that, and when we are doing it in OneDrops, we don't put so much attention to every steps. Instead, while doing incense, but we pay our attention for every step while doing everything. So when this continuation of clear state of mind continues, whatever you do, the forms stops to have meaning. Like because the form is the container for and amplifier of practice of clear mind moments. So if you are present in clear mind moments,
you know what to do.
You know what to do, and there is no wrong or not wrong, or good. There is nothing. But sometimes there are things that are corrected. For example, last session where we've been with Shinkai, I was left to be Jikijitsu, and really I made a lot of mistakes with bells, with all this stuff. But I got corrected only while doing echoes and in proper way telling the names or telling the titles on those things. On those which are on your movement, there is always this way of making it in the way you do it.
Okay. Yeah, so it's really important to also, to be authentic and explain yourself. There are certain forms in both schools. In Soto, it's probably more kind of forms kind of hold you more in many ways, but I've seen a lot of degrees of freedom in different monasteries, and it's up to the teacher to decide about these things. And
We are also in OneDropZen, we are not in Japan. So usually we do what we can, or we do what we have. I remember that I told that we can sit anywhere and have a single weed of grass as our altar. It's enough for us.
Yeah.
And it was like, yeah, it's about the practice.
Yeah, and it's something I want to pick up because I remember at Sonoma Mountain Zen Center, we were very busy with building new constructions, there are new buildings, and people got very excited. And oh, should we get those? And the whole world practicing that. And one person said, he referred to someone in the past that someone put, a blade of grass. This is the monastery. and yeah, and it reminded me also about wilderness session with Sultan and Schnee. And we just went up to the mountain and just built the monastery in the forest. We built the monastery here in this theater. It's, it's just us and the process itself. Yeah, so it's and my kind of intention is because I've been moving a lot last couple of years, is just to build the monastery wherever I say, organizing my space into a monastery kind of life. And also, yeah, I'm the monastery. Each of us is the monastery. That's really
Going back to that altar that we have, this is like improvised. There are so many things like the water, which just offers to all sentient beings that maybe we cannot even see, but it's offered to all those beings that were and will be behind us and in front of us to keep that water to wider than us who eats and drinks. The incense were quite largely described in the sutra that we were reading Teisho on. The important thing is the flowers and the greenery of the flowers. And usually beside the flowers, there is something which has needles, because pine or other trees that has needles stay green throughout the whole year. So in that way, this greenery symbolizes the freshness of our practice. And also added some flowers, which are very Christian, symbolize every moment and that we are just like a flickering flame. Another thing that is important on this altar is the set of books that I put it, and it's the main set of books by teachings by Shodo Harada Roshi, and I have taken those teachings because I wanted to offer it to people in Ukraine, to Quantum School, and to MBSR teachers, also to connect all that you already have with also the teachings of Shodo Harada Roshi. And another very important thing is the Enso. It's also made by Shodo Harada Roshi and will be also given to you after the session with the calligraphy. And on the calligraphy, there is a writing east, west, north, south, completely free. So it also refers to the state of mind that we are polishing our mind and we are directing to, but it also in metaphoric way goes directly to the situation that you are in, and we want also to support you in that. So it's very symbolic also, and really improvise.
You can see how these forms are very rich, and it's very hard to talk about these forms without going into digressions, and each digression brings another digressions. So each of this, like saying and talk, each of the things on the altar helped us to connect with some qualities and help us to build these qualities in our life. So that's why we want to have this moment of silence during Zazen to find refuge in the silence. That's why we want to have a room where we do only Zazen, to just have one place that's kind of secured, it's kind of shielded from other activities. We need that or something. However, the ultimate truth in Zen is that nothing is separate. Everything is connected. There are no shelters. There are no missiles. That's the ultimate truth. Dogen would say, but there are shelters, there are missiles. And today we had in each of the Kardec teachings, we had a moment, I don't remember exactly what it was, a moment where he tried to connect this absolute perspective, no missiles, no shelters, with this Radverzel, missiles, shelters, and how this vastness and openness connects with this relative world we are living in, built with divided, and we have to operate it. But that's very, I would say, advanced teachings. Okay, coming back to the forms. I not only want to say about the forms itself, how to do them, but also what are the qualities they bring, and it's really hard to just describe it. And the thing is that everything we do affects other people. So at Sonoma, I was responsible for hitting a bell before Zazen in the morning at 5 a.m. And it was running for 15 minutes, calling people to Zendo for Zazen. And I had, each person who did that job did it in a completely different way. And imagine 5 a.m. silent, I would say mountain area, and this sound spreading out. Everyone was tuning to it, and if someone was in anxiety, you could hear it, and it kind of affected everyone. If you had this peacefulness and openness, you also could hear it, and it was just relaxing and pleasant. And it's a very powerful instrument to be supportive for other people, especially when you operate on such a loud instrument like this bone shabal. It's called bone shabal. It was huge, it's like that. So it has very beautiful sound. Another thing when interacting with instruments and all these forms, it's that we think that we are doing that we are hitting we are making the sound. And something I learned during working with this bell, because when I was assigned to do it, I was afraid when I hit it, instead of giving this beautiful sound, it would be like pluck, pluck. That would be very shame. And when I hit it first time, it gave really beautiful sound. But yeah, the bell knows how to do it. The bell knows how to do it, and the bell can lead me. So this sound is already in this bell. We had a musician there and kind of explain us, told us, this sound is already in this instrument. We only are, a facilitator for that. So we only had to create conditions for these instruments to give the sound. And something I really loved that Josen said. She was giving personal interviews called OneDropZen. And she said when she started doing that, she was kind of in some kind of anxiety. I said, I don't have anything to say to these people. And she kind of sobered her. Oh, Josen, well, it's not your role to say anything to these people. Your only responsibility is to get out of the way yourself, to remove yourself out of the way. It is when we do these things without our ego, our ego essence. It's just perspective. Yeah, there is this bell, and I'm just the extension of this bell. So, and when we come with this quality to do all these rituals, like eating bells, bowing, offering incense, I'm just an holder for the incense. Then my job is only to deliver the incense. It changes something in the quality. So something, and I remember Kwang Rashi and the practice at Sonoma was very strong on forms. And it was the main practice there. So, yeah, there were some Dharma talks and so on, but the things I heard from Kwang Rashi was hold your shashu higher. When you walk softer. That was the teaching of Kwang Rashi. And it was very powerful, very rich, probably the best thing he could get. If he talked to me, talks for 15 minutes or explaining me things, it wouldn't have this quality. So, and I think he paid attention to everything, was bowing. But let's start with gasho. So the gasho is symbol like that, and we do it very often. And this Japanese symbol is in Japanese culture, and I don't know what's the relation to Indian namaste, which is lower. Indian namaste is closer to heart, and Japanese gasho is higher. And in Soto Zen, it's also very formal. So it's eye level, elbows are polar to the ground and high. Mangroves, they have these sleeves. You maybe have noticed how my sleeves in my robe are how big are. So when people are ordained, they are long, and it's because they are in the way, are not comfortable. But if you drop your hands, you will catch the floor and it will be in the way. So it's to keep your arms higher. That's the idea of the sleeves. In Rinzai, in Tahoma, and I haven't seen people doing anything like that, or being more subtle. And it's also, when I can, I also prefer this, but preferring it's my ego now, expressing itself. And everyone's, I understand it this way, it's my understanding, my understanding is right. So it's this ego trip, So but we can't avoid it either. So I haven't seen, and probably if I did something like that, I would be sticking out. And that's something we don't want. We don't want to attract attention and cause this. Another thing I kind of warn whenever I talk about gasho. It's, when you rise your elbows up, there is some tendency to put your shoulders on your neck. And I've seen many people's kind of hurting neck. And the neck is very, very delicate. So things like tingling in the hands can happen after this when you pinch your nerves. So again, the way to mitigate that, shoulder blades down into the spine. It changes a lot. It's very easy to go like this with gasho, shoulder blades down. If you happen to find yourself in subtle tempo and you will be struck higher, do it. That's kind of safer neck. You are getting ready to comment on gasho. I would prefer you to keep going because I like to cover. It's not important. I would keep going.
Gasho mainly is receiving with respectfulness, and in the Japanese it means just holding hands together, and probably in monasteries they are teaching you on the forms, and in OneDrop, Europe and United States, Roshi don't emphasize the forms so much.
Yeah.
We do all in more simplified.
Okay. But also gasho, thank you for reminding me, what does it mean actually? So you use it to say hello, thank you, I'm sorry. And also when we are served food, yes please, no thank you, it's like that. And there is this koan, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Yeah, that would be my answer. Because it's something in our physiognomy that now we have one hand, and two hands is the symbol of duality, and this is the way how to overcome duality. At least this kind of symbolics I find in this gesture. And I think that this and this can also mean I'm one with you. You and me, we are not separate. We are one body. I care about you as much as left hand cares about right hand. So it has this kind of, but maybe it's intellectual. I don't know. Maybe it's just me making it up. But it's kind of I like this because it kind of speaks to me very strongly. Okay, so when we're having gasho, we're already going to bows, and bows are like usually we exhale and up, and that's some Kwon Rashi also emphasizes. In this moment of exhale, there's the moment of stopping. And the moment of stopping breath is the moment of stopping the mind. So it's something in physiology that helps us with our thinking. It's easier. Okay, let's go to the prostrations. Prostrations and bows are usually very difficult for people practicing in Poland because we have Catholic Church and we do a lot of gesture, and any gesture of humiliation, submissiveness, we have huge resistance to that, and it's been very, very difficult for me to do prostrations. And I see the same with other Polish people. And I see you are smiling, so similar thing in Ukraine. And it's, in fact, it's about humiliation. So humiliation. And in Great Vow, people say, oh, okay, now we are doing prostrations. Now it's some type of yoga of humiliation. And and there is some kind of symbolism. And as I said, during the first class, everything we do is not just empty gesture. We're doing this to help us with the process, to create the process, and this gesture has the meaning that my small ego gives the priority to this big self, one big mind. So it's about showing that me, Dobek, I decide to be less important, to be the follower than this big thing, this big miracle. And prostrations to me are about reminding myself about that, and also in this physiologist, meeting that. And I have a tendency to be very arrogant. I'm kind of very often like a person who thinks that I know better than other people, and I can, if people listen to me, that everything would be much better. So to practice with this, I was advised by Jogan Sensei. I was advised to do prostrations, and I've been doing prostrations to work with that. And it's been very powerful practice for me. But as a form, so I would say there's a simple form and more decorative form. The simple form we start with gasho and just go to the floor. And in Soto, right? Me first. It's everything kind of protocol, but it's for you to not to think, just knowing which one to go, and also if you are doing it another way, it's a feedback for you that you're off, come back. The form is our refuge, and second, so going down, if you have raksu, that's always in the way. So in Rinzai, there's a ball in Soto, there isn't. So you have to kind of work with your elbows. Going down to the floor, touching the floor with your forehead, and hands go down. And now you kind of turn your hands and lift your hands above the head. And go down. So, touching the floor, the hand to the floor. This is the so-called the middle eye. It's a very important chakra in yoga, but it's also the place where often we identify ourselves. We have someone here. We'll have to locate ourselves in our body. So, and the ground is considered like something dirty. So we go as low as we can. This gesture, it's very often said, it's like, imagine Buddha standing on your hands, and there are Buddha's feet on these hands, and you are lifting Buddha above your head. So above my ego, Buddha. And Buddha represents this kind of true nature, self, truth. So that's what I want. I want this to be in this order. And a couple of things in Soto Zen, so fingers together. And you don't want to Buddha to flip, So it needs to go parallel. So. And you go back. And that's the simple version. For people who have not strong muscles, core muscles, going down can be difficult. So very often people help themselves with the hands here, and this is perfectly fine with the hands here. Many people put fists on the ground. Yeah, personally, I don't like it because it's kind of, but yeah, that's not against the form. So, and the same when standing, people help themselves to use hands to stand up. More decorative form, I've seen Soto priests coming from Japan. Almost each of them is doing it this way. So there's like a small pre-bow, and after this pre-bow, they're going down. This going up, post bow. Yeah, but it is very decorative. In the real Zai, yeah, these bows are fast. In Soto, they are slower. And it's also all about just doing it, no thinking, no gaps. They're very fast, and in the beginning, I wasn't able to catch up on the pace when we are doing that at the Hama. Also, a thing I liked about Kwanun, when I was doing the retreat, they are doing 108 bows. Are you doing it too?
Yeah.
Yeah, 108 bows as the first thing in the morning. And it's an amazing workout. You just know that you're alive after that. and also it's not only you're waking up in the morning and you are not falling asleep later during zazen, but also it's a great practice to practice your core muscles, which help with kind of breathing and staying in the tandem. And also, another beneficial thing, when you are sitting hours like this and doing these prostrations, in some temple, during the day they do 3. In some sort of places they do 9 during the service. But it's something very refreshing. So it's like the Surya Namaskar in yoga, because it has a lot of very beneficial for body activities, like reversing head below the rest of the body. So it's really refreshing. Blood is refreshing, and building muscle again. So it's something that kind of goes well. It helps to mitigate some kind of issues that longer sitting can cause in the body. So it's really refreshing. And it's been practiced for more than 1,000 years. I don't know when it started. I suppose probably with Shakyamuni Buddha they had some type of bows, prostrations there. So it's been very useful. Okay, finish. Yes. I would like to finish with entering Zendo and coming to the mat. You kind of know it, and usually there's pretty obvious where there's a door, and you enter, do the bow towards the altar. In Soto Zen, there's also a form. You use the first leg, which is farther from the altar, and it's just because we have some rope, and you go towards your seat with Ingasho. You stand in front of your seat, and you bow to everyone, and you sit. And yeah, it's yes.
Do you look into other people's eyes when you bow, Teisho, during the retreat?
No. So actually, good you said that. Noble silence. It's something, a term for being silent during the retreat and maintaining silence. In many places, it also means not interacting with other people, not looking into the eyes, not looking for some kind of interactions. However, when we are really silent, we just feel each other and communicate in a completely different way. And so yeah, we don't do it. Thank you for this question.
In OneDrop, there is no rule about that. You can communicate sometimes with people just by making the icon. There's no instructions on that.
Yeah, but I also think it's just we have to be kind of careful with. We want to help other people with their practice. And
It's about not disturbing, but
Yeah.
sometimes you are also helping by just giving someone a deeper look.
And sometimes, the right thing is just to say something. For example, if there is a salt on the table, just showing you engage, it can be more distraction of please give me the salt, So it's all about kind of skillful means and adequate response to the situation. So in Buddhism, we generally don't have strict rules. Rules are only to help us, to guide us, to give us some hints. And you have to decide at the moment. And it's also something what it's all about when you go to Zazen. It's not about doing always giving the same response. The same response in different moments will be either good or bad response. Yeah. Okay.
So there will be just 5 minutes of break, and we will come back here for MBSR. We will meet 5 minutes to 3.
And we can keep our cushions, we'll set up as our normal sitting and come in now. I would like to have this so everybody can be seen. Okay. And I'll speak loudly. And maybe if you're comfortable with it, maybe I could sit closest to
Where we want.
just for this one.
That just
I'd like to have everybody in the view, if that's okay.
Yeah, so we can go. So they can go a bit more. We can go closer. Closer. The chair. It's getting easier.
Mhm.
Either we'll get people on the cushions.
Maybe I just stay in my usual place.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit more visible. We'll go the bag. on our Facebook page, we get a lot of gestures of appreciation from Dorota Kozłowska, from Chisan, from Inasen, and from Jurek Jaguski.
Okay, so to those who may be joining us by live stream, welcome. We'll continue. We're in the sharing and inquiry part of our day today. We're in day 5 of our 7-day Zen session here in Kyiv, Ukraine. My name's Kurt Shinkai Holting, and my little part in this is that I'm both a Zen practitioner and a mindfulness-based stress reduction teacher. And we wanted, Simon Sagan specifically wanted to include some MBSR perspective and instruction during this retreat, in part because we're in a situation here in Ukraine where there's a huge amount of need for access to tools of practice. And there's a huge amount of trauma, obviously, at this point in time. So Zen is one form for sure, and we've spent a lot of time, we're using the Zen form. And we've spent a lot of time talking about different aspects of Zen form, but for the average person, MBSR can be a more accessible way to begin a practice and gain benefits from elements of practice. So over the last several days, I've been sharing certain practices from mindfulness-based stress reduction. And my colleague, Walter Peszkowski from Kyiv, is also an MBSR teacher. So it's been nice for us to have this time to get acquainted and to share perspectives as well. So I wanted to begin with a poem. Often in MBSR, we will use poems as a sort of point of access into teaching. So this is a poem by the African-American poet Derek Walcott called Love After Love. The time will come when, with elation, you will greet yourself, arriving at your own door, in your own mirror. And each will smile at the other's welcome and say, sit here, eat. You will love again the stranger who was yourself. Give wine, give bread, give back your heart to itself, to the stranger who has loved you all your life, whom you have ignored for another, who knows you by heart. Take down the love letters from the bookshelf, the photographs, the desperate notes. Peel your own image from the mirror. Sit. Feast on your life. So from the point of view of mindfulness-based stress reduction and any number now of offshoots within the, you might call it secular mindfulness world, this invitation to feast on our lives is, it's both an invitation with a gentleness, a come as you are kind of spirit, but it's also an acknowledgement that this human life is complicated and often painful, and the feast that's laid out on the banquet table, we don't always get to choose what is there. And yet that is the feast that we are invited to partake of. So any form of mindfulness practice, any form involves a strong element of courage that we have to choose, we get to choose to accept the invitation And what is the invitation? It is to show up for our actual life as it is actually playing out in this moment. Here in Ukraine, that's not such an easy assignment for a whole bunch of reasons. So we're in a small theater space in Kyiv that we've turned into our own little zendo for a week of practice together. We're in a relatively safe place, and yet the war is going on all around us. We're in the 16th month of this war for those who live in Ukraine. So the level of uncertainty is difficult for someone like myself, who has not experienced this directly, to imagine. And yet, uncertainty is the nature of our lives, no matter what we're doing or where we are. And our practice is a process of befriending uncertainty, befriending what is difficult often in our lives, making space for, not only making space for, but inviting in, befriending with some curiosity and kindness, with that intention at least. So my own life is, I think, fairly emblematic of someone who has been in both of these worlds, the Zen world, and I was practicing Zen for 20 years or so before I even heard of mindfulness, heard of mindfulness jumping over the walls of the monastery and like finding its way out into the world, which it certainly is now, to differing degrees in different parts of the world. But certainly in the United States, where I'm from, mindfulness is everywhere now. And I began my own journey with sort of outside the monastery, of applying the tools of mindfulness practice about almost 30 years ago, when I started leading mindfulness-based sea kayaking trips in Alaska that were structured as meditation retreats, but took place in very wild areas, places that we would use seaplanes, float planes, to drop ourselves into wilderness areas far from a level of wildness that many people have never experienced, but I had experienced it quite a bit. So I wanted to combine my Zen practice, or elements of my Zen practice, with being out in the wilderness in Alaska and listening and paying attention within a much bigger context of than just the human context. And one summer, I think it was in the year 2000, this guy named John Kabat-Zinn signed up for one of my trips in Alaska. And I knew who he was, but I didn't know much about MBSR or the whole movement around mindfulness-based stress reduction, which he had founded. And so this was a great blessing for me. Initially, John came just as a participant, so I got to take care of him for a week. And we became friends. And in his own generous but very humble way, toward the end of the trip, he he shared some things with me about how what I was doing out there in sharing mindfulness could maybe be made more powerful and more sensitive. And of course, I knew that I had a lot to learn in that regard. So that began another journey for me that has been 20 plus years now, where alongside my Zen practice, I have been working as an MBSR teacher with a lot of different kinds of people, including physicians, including environmental activists, including rabbis and Christian clergy, teaching mindfulness in the context of pristine wild nature. And one on the second trip I did with John in the Tebenkoff Bay wilderness of Alaska, we were camped on a very remote island, and he told a story one evening to the group, the small group that was there. And the story he told, I'll tell it as I remember, because it made a real impact on me. It helped in my understanding. And first, I'll back up a bit and say that as a Zen practitioner with a very traditional Japanese teacher, and then as an MBSR teacher with John and others as my teacher from outside of the context of Buddhism, I've noticed, and there's kind of, not surprisingly, some occasional tension between the two ways of practicing. This morning in our little council, I shared some with our group here about how that tension has manifested and sort of lives in me still, where there's attention, very precise attention to detail of form in Zen, and much less so in the mindfulness-based world. So John was describing the first time he went to be with the Dalai Lama in Dharamsala, India, as part of a group of Western scientists. He was a molecular biologist by training, and it was fairly early in the MBSR development, where MBSR was on the radar screen now, and a lot of people were interested in it. So he went to present to the Dalai Lama in the Mind and Life Institute. Has had many such week-long meetings, which are very detailed conversations between the Dalai Lama, the head of the Tibetan Buddhist world, and Western scientific and psychological and psychotherapeutic thinking. So where are the overlaps? What can be learned one from the other? And in that group, there was and this was some maybe 30 years ago, when MBSR was still more out on the edge, and most of the attention in the West was within the Buddhist world. And there was a Buddhist scholar who was apparently very uncomfortable with MBSR because he thought it was watering down the Buddhist teachings. And that's the tension I'm referring to. And so he challenged, before John even had a chance to share his experience teaching MBSR to non-Buddhists and all kinds of people in pain and stress and chronic physical pain. Before he had a chance to share it, it was kind of being criticized and dismissed by this one person. And as John told the story, that night before he was presenting a half day with the Dalai Lama, he had some big doubts, like, is this guy right? You know, am I damaging this great set of teachings by what I'm doing? And couldn't sleep and was just, oh. And then he said at some point during the night, he just realized that his experience was that these tools that he was offering were really helping people. And that in his experience, it was legitimate and genuine Dharma practice, just without so many bells and whistles and forms inherited from Asia. So he decided that he didn't really care. He couldn't allow himself to worry about whether the Dalai Lama agreed with this other guy or not. He just was going to present what his experience had taught him, which he then did. And again, this criticism came up fairly quickly. Isn't this, destructive to the Dharma to repackage it like this and go outside of the forms? And he said the Dalai Lama's response was very clear and very immediate. He said, the Dalai Lama said, there are 7 billion people on this planet. Every one of them is suffering. Why would we deny them anything that could help them? And this is a creative way of offering what Buddhism has been teaching for 2,500 years, but offering in a way that is accessible to people in the West. And since that time, MBSR has kind of circled back and become very influential and popular in Asia as well. So in a ironic way, the teachings that we received in the West from Asia have been repackaged and revivified, given new life with their interaction with the best scientific thought and the best of modern psychology. And now, with many of these forms dying out in Asia or in decline in Asia, like Zen is very much in decline in Japan now, the teachings we receive from them are flowing back to Asia in a new form. So a very interesting way in which the Dharma can be trusted. The Dharma itself will find its way, because it's true to our human experience. It will find its way again and again, as it always has, moving from India to China to Japan, Korea, to the West, to Asia, that in every age it finds a new language, but now more than ever, and that's why I think we are here in Ukraine doing this little retreat. Now more than ever, we all need to find our way and to have the great gift and the great gift of being invited to consider from all walks of life, as scientists, as Christians, as Jews, as Muslims, as people of no religion, to experience a way of accessing our own deepest nature and our own clearest mind in the face of circumstances that in the human world have always been deeply challenging. So for me, my own journey with mindfulness and with practice has been profoundly enriched by my encounter with Zen Buddhism. That's where it got started, and I continue to deeply love and respect the forms and the traditions, in my case from Japan, from Zen in Japan, but also profoundly enriched and deepened by my encounter with the what some would call the secular Dharma, or the Dharma with a small d, that is informed by the best of modern science, neuroscience maybe in particular, the best of both Buddhist and Western psychological traditions, and the very, very rich conversation that has emerged out of the combination of the two. That even here in Ukraine, in 2023, in the midst of a terrible, tragic, and extremely destructive war, is here with us to help us find ourselves and our own heart and mind in the clearest way we can, and to help us to really see from that place how it is that each person is us, and that each person is an expression of our own life, the deep nourishment that can come from that kind of encounter, as we have been blessed to be having this week with the 6 of us. So those are just some thoughts, and what I would like to invite is any responses or insights or questions that, in the spirit of inquiry, in the spirit of mutual exploration, here, in this situation with 2 Ukrainians, 2 Poles, and 2 Americans practicing together in Kyiv, Ukraine. But also just from our life generally, about how we have been enriched and maybe challenged, as I certainly have been, by the flowing together of forms that until now never were flowing together and having to meet each other. In this case, speaking of traditional Buddhist practice forms and MBSR. So we'll just kind of allow, and if there are questions that come through this channel, could you kind of keep an eye on that? And okay. And it's okay if we just sit in silence as well. So. Feel free to speak an insight, a question, a story that in some way relates to what I have been sharing here.
Yeah, I have some story to tell, but yeah, I've been talking a lot, and I would really enjoy hearing other voices. If there's more words, I can say something, but yeah, please.
If I could, invite anyway, Walter, if you would feel comfortable talking about how you encountered MBSR and how it has impacted your life, especially in the context of, this war that you've been living through.
Thank you. As I shared with you before in our private conversations, my path to Dharma and practice was non-linear and had a lot of long breaks. But I had a little bit of experience. Move forward so you can do. I had a little bit of experience with meditation when I was 18, and it was transcendental meditation, mantra meditation. At the time I lived in Nepal, and it was a weird encounter because people who were they were affiliated with the Maharishi Mahesh University. They were teaching people computer programming. And then I realized in different countries they were teaching people different things just to get as many people involved to teach them that later how to meditate and also become part of a group. So had some features of a sect, which I didn't like. I had my own views on how I unite with people. I was into music. But what the benefit from that was that for my later years, I didn't have prejudice. I wasn't scared about meditation. The word meditation didn't scare me. I knew there was nothing spooky, mumbo jumbo behind it. Maybe some practices were, but I knew that it's good for concentration and for becoming at peace. And for many years, I didn't get back to that. And I guess in 2017, I was living at that time experiencing depression. I wasn't diagnosed, but later I was researching myself. It was pretty much well described in literature as depression. And a good friend of mine, suggested because at that time I was already very interested in neuroscience and new approach to spirituality, like secular understanding of spirituality. And now I can see first studies being made on spirituality, like in general, like spiritual experience, which is very promising. And I was listening to some podcasts, and I was curious about people who were on the edge of science and Buddhist ideas about ethics and practice. I knew about work of John Kabat-Zinn. I knew about Joseph Goldstein, Tara Brach, Sharon Salzberg. I forgot the name of the teacher who was teaching Vipassana. But all of that was so far, somewhere in US, somewhere maybe in UK, somewhere in Asia. And I was just philosophizing about that. There were no applications at that time. And somehow I felt like I'm not, I shouldn't be. I heard this and I had this idea that it's not, the tool is not for the selfish reasons. And I became trapped by this idea, even though I knew that, I heard the words that it's to liberate from suffering. At that time, I thought like, my suffering I will deal with on my own, and I will get familiar with the practice for a more noble motivation. I was very deluded. And a friend of mine, one of the few people who kept talking to me, he asked me, why don't you meditate? Why don't you learn how to meditate? And I had these explanations, but he seeded this hesitance in me, like, why don't I really? And later, after a couple of months, he made research and he found Vipassana center in Kyiv. And he suggested me to register for retreat. And first I didn't get on the list. There were too many people there, and later I was invited. Someone didn't show up for confirmation, and I was invited. And I went there in a very dark and low state of mind. And after 3 days of silence and practicing anapanasati, which is very similar to what we discuss in Daniel practice, observing the mind. Maybe some wordings is different, maybe a little bit less attention to where is the breath, mainly focused on the breath around your nostrils, because it's very subtle. And in the beginning, it seems like it's impossible to feel it there, because chest and movement of the your belly, somehow it's physical. And here it's like just no. For me, it was nothing. Later we discussed with other students on the 10th day when you're invited to speak. Most of the people couldn't feel it. And on the 3rd day, I felt it. And I guess around there was a lot of frustration. There was a lot of traumatic events coming up, a lot of self-judgment. It was very hard, about 5-6 days. But what was really encouraging in the end of the day, we were listening to lectures by S.N. Goenka. It was the Vipassana centering tradition of Goenka. And it was very soothing and very encouraging. He would explain everything that was happening to me. And I felt like, oh, I'm not alone. And everyone is struggling with attention and mind wandering and bad thoughts about yourself and others and judging. And he was explaining Shila, Samadhi, and Panya. And what was great about my previous interest, that I consider myself a rational skeptic, very science-oriented. I didn't want to encounter, after that experience in my life in early age, I never wanted to be again in some kind of sect, into some kind of esoterical where someone can manipulate you. If something is not clear. And it's great that I knew about Vipassana a little bit, and I knew about practice. So I let myself be not distracted by traditional things. They were there, a little less than what we have now in Zen tradition, because it's massive, a lot of people there, and it's the budget is small, so it's like a conveyor of teaching hundreds and thousands of people every month. So, but it looks for some people, it looks like a sect of people, even though you don't know that after this retreat, everyone will go home. They never meet, they never talk, and they don't owe anything to anybody. But the chanting, the music, the dress of a teacher who is sitting above others, where someone can translate into something. So, and on the 6th day, I felt absolute bliss. I didn't know where my depression gone. It was gone. I didn't know. I had no explanation of what kept me in this prison of my dark mind for these past several years. And I was really fascinated by that. And from that time, what was important that not only what happened with me during the retreat, that I decided to keep practicing. And I talked later to many other people. They had experience. It's like with psilocybin, like psychedelics. You have an amazing experience, and then after a couple of weeks, months, you get to basic, and you're destroyed by how could I lose it? So it was the same for many people after retreats who didn't practice later. And I kept practicing. And I had no idea that something like MBSR, modern, could be somewhere here. And when I heard a couple, 3 years ago, about someone teaching MBSR here, it's great that pandemic made it more reachable because many things went online. Before that, people had to go somewhere. Maybe I couldn't go, so I began training first for myself. 8 weeks course. You cannot begin a trainer's course before you learn how to practice for yourself. And what was really liberating for me, Vipassana was in many ways very strict in what you're doing, what you're not doing, in explanation of the practice. But also there was no follow-up. And you can reinterpret things in all possible ways, and you forget those lectures. And what MBSR became for me was very precise reminders of those 9, now I say 10 plus intentions. Like no judgment, beginner's mind, patience, help me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
yeah. Self-compassion, generosity, that was added later. So I also add authenticity, to be honest with yourself, like, because these mind talks are very tricky, and courage to sit. Because in the beginning, I tell people when I teach someone that courage is the first thing you should practice, because if you don't sit, there's nothing to observe or practice. And the language was very this modern and psychological and understood. And second thing that was beneficial and great for me, that was compassion in all that. How John wrapped up the whole course that became now ecosystem of courses, different kind of courses. That is something how you take care of yourself and others if you teach during this practice. Because my experience, I don't know if you have been through anything like that. Probably you're in some way privileged to have a teacher whom you can address a question in a challenging moment of your life and practice. Not about the story, but something that other people cannot do. You cannot discuss with other people because they cannot imagine how you perceive things because you're deep in practice for some years. So I had to Google this phenomena of after a couple of years of practice. It wasn't depression, but I felt very dark. And practice was also taken me there. In the moments of practice, I felt absolutely lonely and like I couldn't understand what happens with my mind and consciousness. I didn't have ground. In Buddhist, it's called like the darkest night of soul or something like that. Yeah. I know. It was a relief to find out that there's a word for that. I'm not the only one. Okay. So in MBSR, equip me with tools how to take my care of myself if I decide to be my own teacher, if I decide to do it on my own when there's nobody to support me. And so yeah, I'm very grateful, and I don't know what else to add. Just I stop here. Yeah, thank you. And sorry for taking so long.
Yeah, 5 more minutes or so. Yeah.
Go ahead.
question. I really liked the. It's a surprise for me that there are so many lectures here. So this is like in the morning it's retreat, then middle day it's seminar. I don't know how to call this, like a congress or something like that. Like it's very educational. Good surprise. I'm very fortunate to be here. And in the evening it's again retreat. So retreat, sleep, retreat, and there's lectures. So it's a good structure, at least in this setup. So yeah, that's just observation. And about MBSR, I know before this, I knew only one person who practices in this method. And we didn't talk much. He's very like refined and centered. He just sits and waits till somebody asks him. I like that. So yeah, he's very scientific. And I was talking to him, and I was talking to him. He said, "I sent you a book." He sent me the book, and I tried to read it, but at that time I had a lot of things going on, so I wanted to put it like for in the middle of the winter. I have less work, and at that time I usually catch up with all the stuff that needs like not this dynamic attention, but it needs like time to think and then read again, come back, like to digest all this information. It's not just like a book on the way to work. So yeah, I didn't read this book. After this, I'm surely will be one of the next books that I read, and also I understand more about this person. Too bad he can be here because he's doing some stuff. He's learning now actually for a teacher, online courses. So there are like some years, 2, I think, as I remember. So yeah, I think maybe in time you will meet him also. And also I wanted to ask you a question. Yesterday I was walking in the evening. I take these long walks, not to sit and think, and just to exercise my legs after the sitting. And I went through this underground passage to the metro, and there was a woman who I think she had a panic attack, and it's like pretty common now because it's too much for people to it's too much stress, and it's pretty common. And in the first days of war I saw it like on the streets, but my girlfriend had it. I didn't have it, but I think I was close to this because I had some experience in meditation before, and I know how to cut off some of this overwhelming stuff. And I wanted to ask you, maybe you have some quick practical like advices if this situation arises, like somebody close is having this like panic attack, when there's also one of my friends had this on a retreat. She would think all the time that everybody is against her, everybody's toxic, nobody's looking her in the eyes.
So maybe let's finish for today. The time for MBSR part is like finished, but I invite everyone to come tomorrow and listen to the answer, and hopefully Shinkai will also give us some techniques of how to deal with this kind of situation in most easy and appropriate way. Also, Walter, you could support Shinkai with giving some basic instructions that you would like to share with everyone and that are really easy to absorb and put it into use.
So we'll come back to that.
As a first thing. So remember the question.
Hopefully no panic attacks in the next 24 hours. We have to wait.
Yeah, postpone your pancreas.
So 10 minutes of break, and we will be having question and answers. Maybe there will be some people willing to ask any question to any of us, then we could answer. And we also know that there are some questions from you about sutras, so you can also...
There are some comments online. Would you like me to wait this or read
No,
them right now?
If there are comments right now, please share with
So-
them right now.
So there's a
Close.
comment from Gosha, and she says, I will also add self-confidence increase with time. Probably it's to the list. And there's also a comment from Chisan, and I suppose it was to that previous blog, kind of timing is like this. And Chisan says that Ekai Zenji says, thank you, and go for it. Okay.
Thank you. Go for it. Go for it.
Of course, I don't have an answer. It's different with each situation. But what comes to mind is that if we are not thrown off balance by someone else, then the best thing we can offer is our own stability and our own sort of kind heart, even without any words sometimes. But depending on whether there was any opportunity or if it was appropriate at all to, if you have time, to approach it in a very calm way and ask if there's anything you can do so far. That's a judgment in this situation. But, always the greatest gift we can offer is our own calm presence, compassionate presence. Sometimes, actually really making eye contact is like if someone's really freaking out. Look, right now, are you safe? Yes, right now you're safe. So, but that depends on how comfortable you are with that kind of thing. Sometimes there's nothing we can do but just offer compassionate presence. Not freak out ourselves.
With that girl that has this, it was like right after the retreat, she ran out of the out of this situation of the retreat, and then she just like half an hour she was just running, screaming, and it was like right on she one side of it. It was a meditation, but she never had to do it before.
Vasily is telling Kurt the important stuff. Yeah.
Should
Continue.
continue and share here. Could you write, for instance, please? We'll find
Smaller.
cookies first. I think you may just continue the discussion of questions and answers while I will be preparing the budget.
What Vasily was telling us, it's important. I mean, I'm sure Malta's experienced the same thing. I mean, just many people experiencing trauma, and how you're dealing with it. And if anybody through the Zen practice or MBSR has suggestions for how you deal with friends and relatives and people you don't know, and yourself who are experiencing panic attacks and other forms of post-traumatic stress. Yeah, if anybody has some thoughts, but maybe Vasily, you were sort of explaining, I don't know if you, can want to say anything more about what you're experiencing. I mean, with friends and people, acquaintances, what they're going through.
Well, in my experience, this is a big deal, and this brings a lot of stress. But usually people use this word stress as in a negative, like it's a negative thing. And when I was studying in medical school, we had a teacher who would, I think he was a professor, he would tell there is no such thing as like bad or good stress. It's just stress, and then you interpret. So there is, like he would say, that if there is an impression, there is a depression, because we used to work with these impressions of the body. And so I was asking Court, maybe there's a method to when somebody is overwhelmed by stress in such a way that they lose like even track of themselves, where they are, what they are, and not in this they go off balance totally, like they're all over the place, and you have to remember them that you are here, you have like there is light, there is warmth, I am here, like this just basic, just breathe, remember to breathe, because in that state they can forget to breathe and start choking just because this reaction, they're just not ready for it. They never saw anything like this, and their body is reacting. I guess, yeah, someone who studies some hormones would tell us what hormones are responsible for that, because there's some resource in the body, and if it's overused, then something goes off balance. So I was asking, maybe there's some non-medicinal, non-drug based things to try to help these people, if because these situations these situations, they happen even without war, and when this happens, there would be a good thing to have something to work with this.
Yeah. Do you remember the name of the woman in the Zoom with John, the Ukrainian group that you helped to?
Which one?
The woman who was speaking about how, as a mindfulness teacher, this was over a year ago, but I thought some of her points were very helpful, where she said, and she was obviously, and all of the people, the teachers who were speaking, and many of them were extremely traumatized also. But keep your eyes open. I mean, locate where you are, as you've already said. Is it safe right now? Where are your hands? Where are your feet? What do you know? And the kind of situation that you're describing could also, like, if necessary, get in fairly close and have them breathe with you. Breathe, follow my breath. Follow my breath. Speaking soothingly and just the best you can. But she was also saying that she was working with individuals or very small groups and keeping the practices very short, because there just is so little capacity to enter into the interior space when there's that much stress and distress. So, there's no answer, but at that point, it's just one human being to another. And you wouldn't have been there, but 9/11 session. Yeah. So, 9/11 attacks in New York in 2001. I was in a 7-day session with Harada on Whidbey Island, Tahoma, when the jets flew into the Twin Towers, and that's actually the best example that I have in my own personal experience, because we haven't been under attack in the United States directly, but we were that day. And day 5 of the retreat, there were 50 of us, and some from New York City, in fact. And when the news came in, we were in the Zendo in the morning doing Zazen, and Yusan came down to give us the news of the attacks. And initially, we were all given a chance to go and call home, leave if we needed. We didn't know at that point that there was no way we could go anywhere anyway, because all the air traffic was. And then nobody chose to leave. So the last 2 days of the retreat were probably the most powerful Dharma talks I have heard. And what Harada basically was saying in those 2 days was the world that you're going back into is a very different world from the one you came out of a few days ago, and that's your situation, right? It's all of our situation. This, in a growing number of ways, but the world you're going to step into is a different world than the one you stepped out of, and people are going to be extremely traumatized. And the best thing you could possibly be doing during these 2 days to prepare yourself to be of use, and this is what I think he was trying to say to me around the question of coming here, that the very best thing we could possibly be doing was what we were doing. Because everyone else was watching the videos over and over and over and over of the jets flying into the Twin Towers, re-traumatizing themselves. And so by doing what we were doing, we, hopefully then we could step into all of that trauma from a place of some not, as he likes to say, not being pushed around, pushed or pulled, not being thrown off by it. And, to be able to stand in it, to stand in the midst of other people's distress without ourselves being distressed. To be capable of being present to the trauma without being traumatized by it, right? That's what our practice is all about. Is preparing us to do that for ourselves, and then when we can do it for ourselves, then to be able to be present to without being ourselves traumatized. So I mean that's kind of, but those were very powerful teachings, and I, to this day I'm grateful that I spent those 2 days sitting on my zafu rather than watching. I never did see, those videos. And I think that that's also sort of a good instruction for how we are in relation to the news media in the midst of all this. How much do we need to traumatize ourselves? How is that helping? So just to have our awareness there also of what is a helpful, useful amount of news media in the midst of a media that's trying to traumatize us, because that's what brings people to them. What is the right amount of media exposure, and what is it that we're really trying to do when we're trying to be helpful?
What you are referring to, I believe, it refers not only to the situation where trauma exists. The Buddhist teaching and or spiritual teaching are teaching us about the trauma that we will have to experience all. It's the time of our death, and it will surely come for everyone. The times we are living now has changed dramatically since the last 100 years. We may imagine how many people were dying on just catching the virus, or by starving, or just by many different circumstances that people have to really stand on the line every day to survive every day. Without electricity, without all the machines, without all this technology. The life was really close to nature, and was just hard. It was just harder than we made it right now. We are very comfortable. We really, on every level on our society, no matter how wealthy we are. We all have luxuries, like snacks, computers in our pockets. This computer is much bigger and stronger than probably the computer that was going with the spaceship to the moon. So, ancient masters left this many spiritual practices and just wisdom, how to support all people in just hard daily lives. And I think that's why these times of 1911, which I remember, I was a young boy staring at the TV, looking at the World Trade Center, but it was so far for me. It was like a movie because it was on the TV, so my subconsciousness just related to it as a fiction movie or action movie, something like that. Never it touched me. But the situation in Ukraine touched me really deeply because it wasn't just a movie. It was next to my border, and I immediately felt being in a war, again having family and having a job and being an adult person. I know have much more data about how world is, how is with geopolitics, how is the history, and probably because of that, I may also, with my imagination, produce the images what it would be, what can happen. I also had a dream that I was playing with my children and looking. It was before the war started. Looking at the window, I saw planes falling from the sky, and the world dissolved in just something what I cannot name. And from that time, I had this deep intuition and this intuition was also supported by the Roshi. In some way, maybe between of us, maybe not in a conscious way, to come here and do what I can do the best to help people. And what I can do the best is to give this simple advice or information to go back again to this spiritual practices that are available in every country as their own rooted traditions, and to acknowledge them, embody them, and to keep them close to your heart wherever you are. And then in that way, you can always find the refuge. To be sure that it's not only about some specialities, that one technique is above the other. I think that each of us will get the technique that is appropriate for him. If he's only open to get this kind of feedback from the universe. I remember my grandmother who was dying of cancer, and she was dying like 5 or 6 days. And I couldn't recognize that at that time because I was a young boy. But now I know what was her state of mind when she was dying. She was just lying 6 days in a bed with wide open eyes, doing the rosary. And she even didn't notice that I was standing next to her. And there was no pain in her face, and there was no scariness. She wasn't afraid. She was just slowly immersing into the void, into the light. Her name was Aniela. Which means angel.
I can also somehow give some advice and what to do with the panic attacks, and how to help share my understanding and my experience. So first of all, I think that kind of when you describe things where you're doing, yeah, where I am, just come back to breath. Yeah, it seems like you know pretty well what to do, and maybe just trust your intuition. It would be the first advice. And the second approach is probably a little bit theoretical. So generally, what is the panic attack? So the panic attack is, it's a little like in deprivation chamber. That's it. When it happens, usually it happens, station like in a cosmic space. We're kind of losing orientation, and things that used to be the same always are not. So it's generally the fear of ego that it will fall apart, and it's like it's really very scary, and you feel like intoxicated, and the paradox is that this is actually the process we want to induce during zazen. Okay? But if it happens too fast, it's too scary, and we are afraid of this process here in Zendo too, but we are going slow. So and if it's too scary, it can have many effects, and so everything that can kind of bring back ego is helpful to restabilize. So, coming back to senses. Where are we? What's your name? Yeah. What's day to day? Yeah. Can you feel your feet, your hands? That can be now very helpful, and you've been doing it great. Another thing from psychoanalysis and babies, for babies, it's very comforting when they are held, and it's generally the same thing. When they are held, they just can feel their bodies, where there are boundaries, and where not held, especially when they are put on the back and hands are like a frog. Yeah, they kind of feel like they are falling apart, and they start crying. I'm not sure if person in a panic attack would accept kind of it. It's just trusting intuition if it's the right thing to do, but it may help, maybe more scary. I don't know. It all probably depends on the situation, and that are kind of like a theoretical things. A practical thing. I think that the most difficult thing during being with a person in panic attack, it's your reaction, because it's the same with people who are in psychosis. Being with the person like this in the same room. I remember when I worked in hospitals, I was talking to a person. I want to think, I'm getting insane. Walls are moving. And the world is changing. What's going on? It's because people, especially in the states like this, try to communicate their states, and they communicate them non-verbally. So the only way how they can communicate this is just putting the person in the same situation as they are. And that's how communicate babies with mothers. And that's how people who are, many people, we all communicate this way on some level. But especially when there's something very dramatic, and that's also an ego defense mechanism. So especially when ego is really in danger, it will use this mechanism so what will happen to you, you will feel that you are falling, and you don't know what to do, and you feel confused. And that's the biggest difficulty probably to deal with this situation. So that's why, training is so much needed because we're getting ready for situations like that. In psychoanalysis, we had our own psychoanalysis and experience it with situations like this. And so that's really important. Yeah, because what the person needs the most, and it's in psychoanalytical situation, what the patient is from psychotherapist, it needs to be held. So what's curing there? The curing is that kind of patient shares the mind with psychotherapist, or person who's helping, and the person thinks, oh yeah, I can handle this situation. It doesn't destroy me. And that's how you communicate. Nothing is going on. Everything is okay. But you communicated non-verbally, saying nothing is okay, everything is, it's a different thing. And when someone puts you in this situation and says, you are not panicking, says, oh yeah, this situation, okay, it's not, check children. Children plays last, falls, and looks on the face of the parent, and then start crying. It wants to check, it doesn't know what's happening. This is feedback. So, and the parent, oh my God, what? Everybody, how are you doing? Did you catch,
What have you done?
No, maybe not have you done, but stood up, we're going. It's a completely different communication, although it's not said directly. So maybe this couple things.
Also, what I noticed that in this state, people tend to be more manipulative. You were telling that they try to give you their state, also take you with them, and what you're suggesting as holding yourself in a more stable state and take them with you. So, but it's not like they're bad for doing that. They're just like a person who's drowning.
Yeah.
If you come near to him, he will take you with him down.
Exactly.
And maybe it's not the best advice, but my dad used to tell, first you hit, then you ask. Yeah. So if somebody's drowning, he's really straight. So if somebody's drowning, you don't ask, you swim to him, you hit him. It's better if he's unconscious. Take him on the back, he will float. And then you take him to the shore, and then you talk and you say, sorry, I can help you, and stuff like that. And that was his advice. And he's like that. If you're having some, if I would have a panic attack near him, I'm sure he would just spill the tea on my face or something like this, just throw me off of this course completely. Break something in front. That's what he would do all the time. Yeah. So but in this state, people are like children. They want to manipulate. They start telling you the stories in this way that you would get the idea that they want from you, that you would say, no problem, I will solve all your problems, something like that. That's it. It's actually, if you listen to them just silently, it becomes obvious very soon. And if you listen long enough, it becomes even obvious for them. So that's
it seems like you have all the wisdom you need. and honestly, I haven't said you anything you didn't know. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Thank you. But still, your advices are very helpful. I will use them in these situations.
I want to share a couple of things regarding what you mentioned. I'm not that experienced, and I don't have a psychological training to given advice on that. And what I learned by encountering in some situations like that, different, and also during the war, and also because my work is directed to work with the people who get closer to the risk, as close as possible to the risk. What I had to research a little bit. I had to become more familiar with that. So what I know now is that it's these kind of states are very nuanced. They're different. It's very risky to generalize. When you saw something, and or you've had a couple experiences with people, and we all automatically assume that we understand what's happening. So we all need much more to be more informed about specifics, because some tools for some states would be helpful, and for similar, but you didn't fully recognize what's happening, could be like really edgy and very traumatizing, and could really worsen the situation. And there is a lot of in the world, a lot of myths about what should be done. And because someone some years ago saved someone's life by doing something, doesn't mean it's the way to do next time. So there is a protocol which pretty studied about acute stress, about soldiers, for example, when they get like really paralyzed by shock of stress. You can get familiar with that. There's a video online I will send you. I guess it works for civilian people who've been shocked too. There's like steps that you get. You as practitioners will understand it like in the best way possible. That the idea is to the person got into oblivion of like with their consciousness, they lose the sense of different types of consciousness. Our consciousness is not one thing. There's space consciousness, the verbal consciousness, the visual consciousness. So you need to drive them back to using step by step all of those. So like asking a question, giving them a task to bring in prefrontal cortex, solving the task. So this is like really precise tools that we can all get familiar. Not to mistaken it with the strong anxiety. That then the suggestions will be different. And with mild anxiety, you can suggest to observe the breath.
Right.
And for some people, it will be really helpful. Or ask, what do you feel right now? Where do you feel? They will come up with a story, and your task is to bring them back to the body. And questions, simple questions like to allocate where in the body. Or does it feel like this? Give them, like in BSR, we give suggest people, because people they're not familiar with types of sensations. So you give them to choose, and they're like, oh, this one, where? From 1 to 10, how much? So you get them busy with awareness of this, and you can see how they are getting back. And the last thing I wanted to share is the protocol that is very now getting is great. More and more awareness about that, like how to deal with the strong anxiety. Right here, right now, just to stop it, is this double breathing, when you make the normal inhale, and then you make another one on top, like, and normal out breath. And you breathe like that for a minute or two. And I was amazed by that. Like, I'm living as a person with anxiety. This is neuroscience. This is like suggested by people who are risking their careers in being professors, suggesting to doing that. Like, we tested many times. But also, I assume that there would be a person who think that this is anxiety, but could be something else. So this is very nuanced, and we should be cautious about that. Is there still some time?
Yes, 13 minutes.
Okay.
So since we've been on the topic of MBSR and specific tools, just in general, and you can add your own thoughts. But the MBSR curriculum, once you get into practicing and you have some experience with practice with the body scan and with some simple guided sitting, where the object is to start where you are and grow the length of time that you can stay with something uncomfortable. And for normal people, that's challenging enough. And so sometimes that just isn't. Sometimes you can't do that with someone who's in extreme trauma. But over the course of the 8 weeks, the basic sort of core curriculum of what you're doing when you're practicing is noticing what is coming up, but an awful lot of what's coming up, a high percentage, is negative, fear-based, self-judging. I mean, that the negativity bias of the brain, and a lot of the what we're watching and working with when we're practicing in MBSR is noticing where we trip on our own reactive tendencies, and it can be any number of things. But what are my reactive coping habits? Where do I get caught in reactivity? And then becoming curious about that instead of just getting carried into it. We start to be able to pause and step back and then just watch it. And a lot of what we're watching at that point, when I'm in a reactive place, is where is it in the body? Breathing into it, learning, the basic ways that the body can sort of self-soothe. And then becoming more and more familiar with what my reactive habits are and how I'm pulled into, automatic pilot, reactive behaviors, and intervening in my own reactivity. So I used the metaphor of the waterfall the other day, and noticing when I'm going over the waterfall and pulling myself up on the rocks and watching it instead of being pulled over the waterfall by it. So just little, and then talking about it, in class. And so where I fail is almost, more important than where I succeed, because watching myself get pulled over the waterfall is sometimes more valuable than when I get it right. So, and then forgiving myself for failing, forgiving myself for falling in the same hole over and over again. And, if I can forgive myself and just start to see it from from like the balcony instead of the dance floor, from that step away, then, little by little, I can catch my reactivity, my reactive tendencies earlier and earlier. Become conscious of it earlier and then intervene. And that is really, really important. And I think in Buddhist practice, learning to transform destructive emotions, or difficult emotions, learning to transform it into self-aware compassion.
Yeah, this is kind of a connection, but what I find the most important, what I found in Zen and what I was given from Zen is the practice. Not the practice that is like a cure, because when I never did any MBSR courses and never did any like treatment in any psychological way. But when I was young boy, I was inspired by my teacher to take a practice and embody that practice. And during all the years that I'm living, this practice was always with me. It was with me when I was having exams. It was with me when I was having my wedding, when my children were born, when I was climbing, when I was freediving. This practice is staying with me constantly. I don't have to search for a treatment, and then when I feel better, I not do it, but I put it into the routine of my being on many levels.
Right.
So I'm just staying with my tandem even while I'm working.
Yeah.
When I'm doing something, I'm just putting myself 100% in that. And when I'm just taking care of my daily routine, I just behave like here, but sleeping a little bit more. So, and this is something what is most precious for me, that it stays with me.
Yeah.
I don't have to remember.
And as a teacher, you're probably helping your students to learn how to do that, right?
Yes, I was learning them how to do mindfulness really when I was teacher of drawing, because it was drawing from nature, so they were just becoming the still nature of the subject that they were drawing, and they had to point by point put what they saw on the paper. And for me, the result wasn't important as much as the way of observing, playing with focus, and just be with the drawing. But now I'm not teaching drawing anymore. I just at the university teach more design and sculpture and connection between sculpture and design. So usually I teach them to give everything to the project, learn as much as it's possible, and then forget about everything and just start to work on that. And usually by manual working, not only by imagining and then putting into the project, but working just with maquettes, playing with some different senses, with different materials, the project will arise on their own. It's very zen.
Thank you. Yeah, this is. Do we have a minute or two?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to hop on what Sagan said. Maybe not directly, but what thoughts I have while I'm listening. What MBSR particularly taught me, and exploring this mindfulness wider, like common understanding of mindfulness, what Vipassana, for example, didn't give me is awareness of how different people are, and how different people approach and respond to different things differently. I used to be very much from my own perspective, and just being trained in Vipassana. What was I missing from my awareness? That I was very privileged with how I perceive things, how I can deal with things, my traumas. In neuroscience, it's called window of tolerance. That as I understand now, my window of tolerance is pretty wide. So I got used to think that I was arrogant, like thinking like I was too self-centered, thinking that if I do it this way, other people can do it this way. And now I understand that I had a privilege of psyche where curiosity won over trauma. which is not often. And I guess this is the, we can discuss it later, maybe after retreat, maybe one of sessions where we discuss stuff. I guess this is one of the reasons why ancient knowledge is in decline in popularity, because it formed in times when trauma, understanding of trauma was a luxury for very few people, like having discussing, thinking, like, I don't feel well. Most of the people, they were just born and dying, and like Sagan suggested, we are living in a very privileged time. And now it becomes also plus technology, plus manipulation, plus polarization, and food and other things. Mental health is becoming like really issue, and that's how this anxiety in society pushes people over the edge. Somehow, what happens in U.S. these shootings, it's like you in country like Ukraine, people cannot wrap up head around it. How is it possible in a peaceful country with so much wealth there, so many possibilities? It doesn't even, it can, is not anymore perceived as a accident. It happens almost every week. So what I was trying to say, that ancient tradition was a lot relying on delivering this curiosity is natural thing, because people were even in religious tradition and wanted to know how to get out of this awful everyday life was kind of natural desire for many. Now life got more comfortable, people have everything. When you ask them, they say I'm okay, and nobody's okay. So what what MBSR taught me, that I'm learning not to look through my perspective and looking for ways how to interest someone. And I guess what was come up to my mind after we began talking with John Kabat-Zinn, that he did kind of similar trick as Buddha did. These words, liberating from suffering and stress reduction, somehow these words resonate. But of course, it brought up misunderstanding, as Sagan rightfully suggested, this word pure. Many people began to think about meditation as just a crutch or something like a pill that, oh, I will do it for some time, I'll be in peace and I will feel good. I always tell people who I talk to, maybe someone who I teach, I tell them, do you think that those people shaving their balls, walking barefoot on the snow, where there's not much oxygen in the mountains, sitting on the concrete, sleeping for hours, do you think they are for centuries looking for comfort? Of course, it's not about that. So I see my own task for future, and I guess for everybody who really, really want to do that, not led by only how it should be done, but how it can work, should find a way to be creative between those things. The deeper practice is that is needed, but also the world is changing and anxiety levels are changing, and attention is it's a pandemic of distraction. So yeah, I see that any hook that can, maybe if someone and there is discussion in mindfulness community, as for those of you who might feel a little bit skeptical, I would say that John, for past years, he's not talking about MBSR at all. He's talking about mindfulness, and he's so strict about it. Like, on every MBSR meeting, he says, like, I'm less interested about MBSR. I'm more interested about big M in MBSR, how we can be more mindful. And stress reduction is just a little step, because when you're anxious, there's no chance to dive deeper. Yeah. So, thank you.
So next in schedule, there is Zazen. So 5 minutes of break and we will be...
Maybe I will also read a comment from, let me find, Lilian Enen Gomez.
She's a long-time practitioner
Yeah.
and leader of the Mexico Zendo from Shulafrata.
And yeah, she says, thank you for your efforts. May peace prevail in the world.
Thank you, Enen.
you.